And yeah, all right. So, you know what? I doubt we're gonna get much going, but just in case, we'll pace ourselves. But I'm gonna hop into one of these. Oh, interesting. Yeah, the Brio is definitely not worth it. I would not recommend spending the money on a Brio. But yeah, the C920s are good. Do you mean maybe like the C930 instead of the C920? And what's up, Code Spent? Yeah, I feel like it'd be weird if they reused the 920 like model number while upgrading the sensor. Like it almost seems like they'd want to just increment that just for marketing purposes, you know. But maybe they get really good SEO from the 920. Oop, hold on, fixing my chair. 922 maybe. Oh, okay, that could be it. Oh, okay, that makes sense. All right, so yeah, the plan for today, we got these things laid out. I probably want to do something that makes it look a little prettier. We want to do some caching stuff to make sure we're not querying the database on every message. But I'm not sure if there's any benefit to doing that if it's all on one machine. The caching would only be beneficial when we start like horizontally scaling. So my thought there is we do probably want to do either an ETS table or what's the one that starts with an M? Amnesia. We could use either one of those as like a key value store outside of our Postgres. I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. I'd want to get this like deployed out, or maybe we could test it inside of a VM to double check that. But Code Spent, yeah, what you been up to, man? Yeah, I feel like you had started at a new place last time we chatted. You still there? You got somewhere new? The Logitech Streamcam. Okay. I've heard some people say that the Elgato Facecam isn't bad. I think James uses one of those. But yeah, I think it's really like you're gonna get massively diminishing returns until like anything above a C920 or the 922 or whatever like the newest version is. I think anything beyond that, there's like a huge gap in the middle where spending like $400 on a webcam isn't gonna get you the equivalent like bump in cost. You know, it's not like you're gonna get 4 times better value from a $400 camera versus a $100 camera. Oh, that's fine, Maniac. Yeah, no worries. And hey, what's up, Nicholas? How you doing over on YouTube? But yeah, once you like really drop the money to get something above the 1K range, there's value, but really like you don't hit major boost proportionally until like 2K. So I wouldn't worry about any of that until you've made 2K from streaming. Right? Like during COVID, I was making Man, 1 month I easily made like $800, right? From like subs and bits and all that. So yeah, like if you start making money from streaming, then there's a benefit to like reinvesting that money rather than just pocketing it. But keep in mind, uh, I didn't hit numbers like that until I was already streaming for like 4 or 5 years, right? And streaming as much as I do, right? That one's tougher, right? I wouldn't say it's worth buying a completely new like setup. Um, I'm not sure why that got held. Oh, yeah, we have like viewers as part of like the auto mod because of like the bots. I mean like regular cameras. Yeah, those like buy viewers bots. Those get held. Yeah, for sure. Um I mean like yeah, like a proper mirrorless where you buy like a lens too. So I'm currently talking to you through a Sony ZV-E10, which cost around like $600 to $700, but the lens I have is also like a $600, maybe $700 lens. So at that point, like you know, it's the Sigma 16 millimeter, like the Pro Art, which works perfectly for like the distance I have it. I used to have the Sony like 10 to 18, and that one's nice for some stuff, but it's just not fast enough. Yeah, I mean the nice part about this Sigma that I got is it's like a 1.8 like aperture, whereas my Sony 10 to 18 was like 3.5 and up. You know, in my opinion, aperture and the proper distance is the key because aperture just lets in more light, so you don't have to blast yourself with like quite as bright of lighting. It means that you can crank up your shutter speeds, so that you get like crisper stuff instead of like, blurring. Like there's still blur as I do like the motion stuff here. Well, that's also because of the range, but yeah, there's still going to be like motion blur based on how quick the subject is moving. But yeah, you just get more like lighting leeway when your aperture is able to be lower. And for the most part, you're not going to get really, really good aperture values on zoom lenses. You're mainly only going to get like good aperture values on fixed lenses. Yes, I have lighting. They kind of suck. I used to have some better ones, but one of them burnt out completely, and the other one was like missing half of its like LEDs. So these ones are holding up. I will probably upgrade my lighting at some point. But yeah, the John Cena thing. Yeah. LEDs do not give off much heat. Nope. But keep in mind, I have two PCs, a Mac Mini, three audio interfaces, three monitors, an Xbox, which isn't on all the time, but when I am gaming, it gets tough. I got four UPS like power backups. I got a laptop next to me, I've got a mini fridge in the corner. There is a lot of stuff really, really like increasing the heat in this room. 3 monitors. And hey, what's up, Prom? So yeah, Ayush, cool. Yes, Ayush had a question on Twitter about why GitKraken would be useful, right? No, that's fine. We're still like warming up, and it's a Friday. So you mostly use Git, GitHub CLI, GitLens, and PR extension to pull, fetch, stash, and work trees. So there's another extension that helps work trees. Like GitLens does work trees now too. So you might be satisfied there. And at this point, I don't know if you know this, GitLens is one of our products. So you're already using GitKraken and you didn't even realize it. Let me see if I can find a quick example. And hold on. Yeah, our CTO is the creator of GitLens. Yeah, I work at GitKraken as a developer advocate. It's my first role as a dev advocate. So it's a very big change for me, but yeah, it's fun. So yeah, you use GitLens for inline Git history. Sure, that's the thing that everyone thinks of. But let's do this real quick. The founder of GitKraken wrote the GitPro book. That I don't know. I'm gonna say probably not. What GitPro book are you talking about? Pro Git, Ben Straub, or Scott Chacon? No, I think these guys are the founders of GitHub, right? Or at least one of them. So totally unrelated. Yeah, you're thinking of Git Butler. Yeah, the founder of Git Butler is the former GitHub dude, Scott Chacon. Git Butler has a totally different focus. So GitKraken's entire like platform, like all the products we have and how they tie together, is really about making teamwork easier. Whereas Git Butler is more about making branch management easier. And there's another product, Graphite, whose product is really all about making pull request stacking easier. So those are their two core like things. We are focused more on like the team collaboration, and that's the part that I'm kind of trying to show right here. So this right here is Launchpad, in which I can see all of the issues and PRs that are assigned to me. And keep in mind, like this is my personal thing, so I don't have much team stuff going. But if I click team here and select a workspace maybe, this is probably my personal GitLens, so that's not a great example. Yeah, my personal account here isn't maybe the best, but if we look at like open source stuff, we can see all of the issues, right? All of the PRs, stuff ready to merge, stuff without an assigned reviewer. So this, in my opinion, is GitKraken's best feature, Launchpad. It's a way of just simply making sure you don't have to jump out to GitHub or GitLab or Bitbucket or whatever to see all your PRs, and also making sure you don't have to jump out to Jira or all that stuff. So bam, this is like the killer feature in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, think about it. 30 minutes like every day though, right? That'd be huge. That's massively worth, what, $6 a month or something. I forget our pricing. Let's see. So if we look here, now I think to actually like reply and all that, you'd have to go out for it. But at least being able to have it here instead of like going through all the tabs, because keep in mind, it's like for multiple repos. This is a workspace that we're in. So this is like all of my open source repos, not all of them. But if we go look at my workspace for open source, that's my Astral Toml, Auto Bleep, like, you know, we got 18 different repos in here. And I'm seeing all of them, right? All of the PRs for all of that here in my Launchpad. So if you work on multiple different repos, it becomes even more valuable. Right? Across different teams. You know, like if you work at an agency, some teams might be on GitLab or Bitbucket or Azure DevOps, and this still works for that too. Can you filter PRs based on a specific folder in a repo or a set of people? You could do it based on like issues or like, you know, labels. But yeah, no, we don't have it based on that. And yeah, definitely not folder. Yeah, the people thing would be interesting though. Oh, hold on, wait. Filter for specific team members here. Right now I just have Dependabot. So yes, you could filter based on people, but probably not folder. Which isn't a bad bit of feedback. So just recognize, like, here's the personal view, so you don't get any of that filtering. But if I switch back to, let's say, GitLens, sure, we can see my personal view, and then here's the team view that is for other people. Oh, and keep in mind, I'm on an older version. How do I check for updates? I know we've got a new version. It might be because I'm so out of date. Oh, wait, no, here it is. But it doesn't let me update automatically. So I let it get a little too old. So that's on me. What's up, Otito? How you doing? Yeah. Like, I see check for update, but it doesn't actually trigger anything. So I think I'm just way too out of date. So let me just do that real quick. Integrations, like I just mentioned. GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, and Azure DevOps for your hosting providers, and GitHub. GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, Azure DevOps. I think that's it for now. And then for issues, GitHub issues, Azure DevOps, Jira, Trello. So yeah, if you're like on a team, or not a team, like at an agency where you're working with whatever the client has, then you like using the same tool for all that stuff becomes really valuable, right? All right, so I showed you that one thing. Another really nice part, and keep in mind that, hold on, over here in VS Code, we've got Launchpad as well. I would need to log in because I think I logged out. Let me double check that. Yeah, I logged out yesterday. So then, yeah, we open Launchpad and I can see all of that stuff here in VS Code too. So just remember, right? Like, Git Kraken is more than just the desktop GUI at this point. If you don't want to use a desktop GUI, that's fine. We've got Git Lens, and most of the features that you'd be familiar with in the GUI are here too. The goal is to like meet you where you work. We did recently remove the Launchpad from the CLI tool, which is a little bit of a bummer, but you can still do some stuff like GK issue, and hold on, I forget the commands, right? GK issue list. Well, I mean, we don't have integrations directly with terminal-based editors. And if we looked at it, there was maybe like 2 users per month using Launchpad in the CLI. Nope. All right, so we may have some issues with, like, the new CLI is very, very early. What do you mean by analytics? Like telemetry and stuff? I'm not necessarily sure how to opt out. Like, I don't know about in the CLI. Yeah, that is annoying. Oh, hold on. See, I don't think we even need to do that anymore. Yeah, so I guess something's wonky there. Yeah, yeah. All right. The demo gods are not happy. Like at all? Yeah, what you're talking about is on getkraken.dev. Now, keep in mind, I might not have any data just because I don't have any PRs. So, Prom, did you set up the integration? And when you go to the issues in the desktop, wait, where'd it go? All right, I forgot to reopen it. First install takes some time. So yeah, here on Launchpad, you don't see anything like here, right? You go click into issues, and then, select your connection here. You don't see any of that. Yeah, that would be a nice bit of feedback. Let me post that for work. So hold on, wait. Which part did you click to? Were you over here in pull requests or were you over here in issues? Like, did it default to the thing that you had connected? Because it should. You were in issues, but you needed to go in and like manually click over to Jira. I just want to make sure. Okay. And do you have any other connections? Right? Like, I'm guessing you wired up GitHub already, right? So then it maybe like couldn't figure it out. Yeah, I think that's trickier. I don't know if we'd be able to do that one. Okay, so you have all of them, so we couldn't necessarily like determine it. Um, all right, so I at least passed it on. But yeah, I don't know. Just think about that prom, right? If you don't want to use a GUI to do commits and stuff for you, then don't. We don't care. But we think there's enough value provided with other stuff that we do that it's worth checking out. So yeah, keep fiddling with it. See how you feel about it. You know, one nice thing is that there's getkraken.dev for people who maybe don't even want to install a GUI, but they still want to see like some of these insights, right? Yeah, no worries. Just, yeah, thank you for checking it out. I appreciate that. Right? Like cycle time and like some of this stuff. Like, it might even be worth like showing to managers. Just as an option, right? For insights and stuff like that. For them to be able to like hop onto Launchpad and see the team view. And the web app is actually mobile responsive, so they can do this stuff like from their phone inside of meetings and stuff too. No, so the team and a bunch of this stuff is on the paid tier, but you can try it out for free. And if you work at a company, you can probably get the company to pay for it. As far as companies are concerned, it's relatively cheap. If you are a student, you can use the GitHub Student Pack. And that does get you all this stuff for free. It's worth checking out. So yeah, let's get back to actually what we're doing. Sorry for the product pitch and that BS, but I did let Ayush know that they could come in here and ask me these questions, you know, and it makes me look better. And yeah, what's up, Alan? Mr. Sir. Yeah, like, thank you for being open to it. I appreciate that. Is GitKraken's AI similar to GitHub Copilot? Yes. Right, you can generate commit messages with it. You can have it explain stuff for you. I don't know if Copilot has like an explain what was changed in this commit kind of functionality, but GitKraken Desktop has that, and GitLens has that. And then the CLI tool even has like an automated like create a PR like thing. So it'll actually look at the changes you've made and create a PR that'll do the title and the description. GitLens integrates into the IDE. GitKraken Desktop only does commit messages and explaining stuff. So that's separate. But GitLens is in the IDE. It's in VS Code, specifically. If you're on JetBrains, just simply submit some feedback saying you really want JetBrains support. It's fine, Dolbo. Like I'm saying, Fievel, in VS Code, you do get some of that AI stuff with GitLens. GitKraken Desktop has nothing to do with your IDE. Yeah. Two separate products that tie into the exact same base like feature set though. So, right? As an example, you saw me do Launchpad in both, right? I can go... Do I have any of these cloned down? Here we go, Sky Funnel. Oh wait, hold on, not that. So yeah, like this view, which doesn't look that great, but this, what do they call it? The commit graph. The commit graph is also in VS Code. So they're going to have overlap, but they can't do the exact same things because they're in different places. What's up, Joe? What is that icon next to your name? Gone Bananas? What does that mean? So you shared a good clip during April Fools. Interesting. That's fun. Oh, and hold on, sorry. Nightbot didn't like that. Okay, so there you go, Laboom. You're saying you're trying to create a workspace and it returns to the organization subscription is expired? Um, the repos that you're adding to the workspace, are they private? Because it only works with public repos as far as I know. But they may have changed that recently. Ah, yeah. So private GitLab stuff is definitely paid tier. But you should be able to do a free trial just to test it out more if you want. Gumroad open sourced. Well, that's fine, Laboom. But like, you should be able to do a free trial and still do like the private stuff. It depends on how long it's been since your last free trial, but you can definitely do like free trials more than once. I just forget like how often you can do it. And yeah, Gumroad going open source, I don't know if it matters. Right? There's nothing they're doing that's novel. Yeah, it's like source available or some BS, right? So it's fair license, something like that. I think this is the one. Yeah, the functional source license. So yeah, I think it's a bad idea that they did their own. But like, you know, Sentry is still open source. There are plenty of companies that make money because the software is not actually like the important part. Hosting and brand recognition and blah, blah, blah is actually the value. Like, look at it this way. Self-hosting brings its own costs. There's the cost of bringing it up and hosting it. That's your monthly cost. And then there's the cost of making sure it's like massively available so it doesn't go down. And you're going to have to pay someone to do all that stuff for you. So you're going to be occupying some of your dev's time for it. So if you're occupying 20% of a single dev's time doing that, if they're a $200,000 a year engineer, you're spending $40K a year on that. Not even considering the actual like hardware cost. When you could probably just pay way less not self-hosting. Sure. Yeah. It gets even crazier when you're servicing worldwide customers. So yeah, that's like the big thing to self-hosting. People think, well, I could just self-host it. Why would I pay? Because you're not paying just for the hardware cost of hosting it. So I get that winter, but if you're running a business, not a single customer is going to be stoked that you're doing that. I mean, self-hosting Next is actually not that difficult, as far as I know. Self-hosting Next so it can scale is. But if you don't have any users, self-hosting stuff doesn't matter. Like, go for it or don't. For Stream Parrot, I'm self-hosting Sentry, and I've been self-hosting Sentry for... It's easily like 3 or 4 years now, and I haven't touched it. I forgot it was even running, but it's still running, you know? But I only get maybe 10 users a day on Stream Parrot at its peak, 30. You know? But all right, so let's actually get to building this thing. Oh, and yeah, like, just to point out, if you're using GitLens, you still get the commit graph, right? So all this stuff still totally works. Wait, what do you mean by local hosting, Bible? I don't host anything locally. I am like fundamentally against local hosting for anything that's going to be on the internet. I think it's morally wrong, you know? I've gotten into arguments with people all over the place about it. Reddit, Twitter. It's an argument that I have on a frequent basis. If you are serving external users, you should not be self-hosting from home. Why morally wrong? Because morals are something that we decide ourselves. To me, my morals dictate no. I don't care about exposing my IP lake. I care about uptime for my users. Technically, also, you may be violating terms of service from your internet provider. Most like home internet services have a strict clause in there saying you aren't going to host things commercially from it. Morally, I will not break that rule. If you're not paying for a business internet contract, you most likely have that rule as well. Exactly, winner. Yeah. Like, again, morals are things we decide ourselves. Ethics are things that are, you know, for the broader public, right? For business, for whatever. Those are things that are decided by society, right? And culture. Morals are things that we hold ourselves. I find it morally wrong to self-host from home. I would see it as okay if it was just something like my own version of Dropbox or something. Sure. Where I just want to do some quick and easy file sharing for myself between devices. Yeah, I could do that from home. But I don't because I don't care enough about that shit. And why would I do that when I could just use Google Drive? All right, so yeah, the part we left off on is we've got this UI. Hmm. Oh, and I need to find a podcast guest. Anyone here with a decent camera work as like a senior or team lead or manager? And hey, what's up, Jay Phils? Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, we'll have to get you in for the May episode because I need something for April. So yeah, I got to find someone here within the next like 5 days. Yeah, no, I just saw that. I just saw the notification. But yeah, like I'm already slacking on this month's. I mean, I'd say that's okay. And Saltorius, yeah, like feel free send me a message over on Discord. I know it's a tough search. I really blew it. I needed to be reaching out to people weeks ago. I bet I could convince Dylan Mulroy. No, exactly. Yeah, we need someone with a decent camera because it's a podcast, right? Like a shitty camera would suck. No, and that's totally fine, man. No, I appreciate you. No, Jay. I would need your thing whenever you scheduled it for May. So yeah, where you scheduled it, that's why I'm saying it would be the May episode, just based on when you did the scheduling. Yeah. But I need something recorded within like the next 5 days or so. It's called Software is a Team Sport. So it's where I chat with, a team lead or someone who's gotten onto a new team recently, or not recently, but just like we talk about just simply like working together as a team. It could be managers, it could be whoever. Honestly, yeah, I got a couple people I should reach out to. They're like DevRel managers, but it would work. I think that would work. So yeah, all right. I do have to use the restroom. Give me a quick second. This whiskey went right through me. BRB. And I'm back. But yeah, let me put it this way. If you're curious, you can check out some of the previous podcast episodes. Thanks, Sunar. Yeah, the neo-brutalism is really good. All right, so yeah, we got to think about like how this card could be laid out better. What I'm thinking. Sorry, I'm wondering what the hell they're doing outside my window here. But yeah, it's fine. This one is Pendleton. If you know me, I am typically a bourbon drinker, but Costco has a really good deal on Pendleton, and it's nice to buy Canadian. I will happily support Canada. Oh, and it's also technically it's bottled by Hood River Distillery, which means it's bottled here in America, but it's a Canadian whiskey at least. And Oregon, I would consider basically Canada anyway. Yeah, it's all right. I think Crown Royal is like Canadian whiskey bottled in Canada. So if you want to support Canada, Crown Royal is another good option. I would say Pendleton is not my favorite whiskey though, but it's pretty cheap. Or at least it was at Costco. But yeah, what I want to do is we've got this. Right, so we do flex, flex row, gap 2. And let's go to Lucide. Male? All right. So then what would be another one? There isn't an SMS. Phone? Let me zoom in for you. Which of these do we think would work for SMS? Smartphone? Yeah, anyone got a preference here? Message? I mean, we could look at message, sure. Oh, okay. Yeah, so like one of these like chat bubbles. Yeah, yeah, one of these message icons could work. So yeah, then do we do square message or circle message then? War, no, you're good, man. And I do the same thing. So yeah, no stress. All right, so circle versus square. I like the ellipsis. Square. And are we sure we want the ellipsis? Like any of the square ones look a little better for you? The paper airplane? I associate the paper airplane more with email. Nah, for email, I'll just do the mail icon. We could always we could change it to paper airplane, sure. But right now we're concentrating on what an SMS notification would look like. So then we're basically down to the square ones, and, you know, like, of the square, which do you think looks best? All right, we could do ellipsis, we could do empty, we could do quote. I think quote would work. I think text here would work. The one with the circle? Okay. Yeah, this is for notifications. Yep. All right. Anyone else got a preference? So, Lake, you like the circle one? Okay. I really do feel like square maybe fits a bit better. I definitely want to do square. I think I like square text the most, but the square dot works too. You think square ellipsis? Okay. Do we put it to a vote? Let's do a poll. Why not? Square empty, square ellipsis, square dot. or square. I'm going to say lines because it makes more sense. Even though it's technically called text. And we'll just do it for a minute, right? Get your votes in. We got a poll. What do you think? Bueller. 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 All right, square ellipsis wins. Right, so yeah, Slack is getting deprecated. Where do they recommend we get it from? Simple icons, Slack. Ah. Oh, okay. So simple icons is like purely about brand icons. Okay. Oh, you guys can hear the pressure washer? Really? I just realized the music's a little bit loud. Oh, and I just realized I forgot to read CodeSpent's message about where they're working. At Ford, right? Internal LLMs. Oh, cool. And working on starting an agency. Learning photography for agency stuff. Which makes sense, like the. Yeah, we did. Yeah, he reached out. I appreciate that. Yeah, yeah, for sure. But yeah, makes sense why he was asking about the photo stuff. All right, so let's do this. Let's install simple icons. Oh wow, they even have PHP usage in there. That's kind of cool. No, I don't have a passport. Maybe. Yeah, I wouldn't mind visiting. I'm pretty sure I've heard that those places are very expensive, though. It's like moving and living there would be tough. Oh no, no, I was saying like as like a potential to move there. Yeah, like visiting, that'd be fine. Like, no, I mean like actually like living there. Because yeah, I'm considering like where could I move where I could snowboard and be close. Oh, that's fine. You didn't know that. Honestly, I wouldn't mind moving to Canada. Avoid the UK at all costs. They don't have snowboarding in the UK. Yeah, the UK is an immediate no. They do have dry slopes, but fuck that. Yeah. Honestly, Japan sounds really appealing. Japan sounds really appealing. Oh, and Jay Phils, I forgot to actually say it, but thank you for the sub, dude. I appreciate that. Dude, 54 months. Some of the subs are longer than any relationship I've ever held. It's not a good thing. So instead of getting the Slack icon from there, oh, I love this song. We haven't heard this one in ages. I don't know why. I really like that synth riff. Okay. Yeah, I like that so far. Um, yeah, we'll add Discord. There's a product called Better Discord. Sounds like someone wants to get sued. Oh, I get it. I get it. So, okay, that makes more sense. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, no, that makes way more sense. Got it. You don't like the UI change? Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind it. Okay, so I kind of like this. I actually think I want to do a little bit more of a gap. Is gap 3 a thing? Yeah, I'm okay with it. So then, yeah, we're going to want to do like a manage notifications thing too. Hunar. So honestly, to keep the theme going, both of them break the theme because they're not line icons anyway, right? Like by being filled, they're already breaking the theme. So in the future, maybe I go in and make my own version. I don't know. How does everyone feel? Should I make the Discord and the Slack icons black? Or should we keep like the branded colors? I almost feel like with a brand, it makes sense to have a color. A dark yellow? I don't know about that one. Like, why dark yellow? Are you saying for like all the icons? Discord has a black in their branding, but then what about Slack? You know? Eh. So number one, we'd have to find a dark yellow. And I don't feel like bike shedding on like color stuff like that right now. That could be a good change for the future. But yeah, I just figure since they're solid instead of lines, might as well just go with their brand colors. You really think black? Like it's still gonna stand out. We just saw that earlier. Like to me, that stands out just as much. Like it breaks with the consistency anyway. I don't know. I don't really care that much. But to me, that looks just as bad as the blue and the purple. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to leave it because I don't care about it enough. But yeah, in the future, when we actually do start caring, I'm going to turn these into line icons, I think. But okay, so yeah, we're hard coding those. We probably want to allow the selection of those icons, right? Hmm. Right, like how do we let the user select the notifications they want? And hold on, what all did we talk about in our today command? So caching, we don't necessarily need to do yet. Yeah, adding notification types. So we make it to the notifications page and it is empty. No routes matched notifications. That would be why. Sorry, just checking my CO2 monitor real quick. Definitely smells like some kind of weird exhaust from whatever the hell they're doing out there. Nah, because I've never smelt the generator before. Like, they're doing something else. And I don't hear the generator that loud. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm hearing a noise that I haven't heard for the past month. It's weird. All right, so we make it here to the notifications page. All right, so those look good. Yeah, dialogue trigger we don't care about. All right, we need to listen to selected org. There's a very subtle things falling and echoing sound mixed deep in this song. No, it's most likely whatever like pressure washing bullshit they're doing. Like I don't know if it's the pressure washer even, but yeah, there's something weird going on out there. And it's super annoying. They've been doing this bullshit for like a month. But whatever. right? Yeah, it's like a type sound, right? And how many cats you got now? We've got a pets channel over in the Discord. Feel free to share. I don't have any cats at the moment. I am planning on getting some soon, but we'll see. Ah, brother and sister. That's always nice. Yeah, I had a mother and son pair at one point. Oh, really, Sergeant Pepper? That sucks. Yeah, I mean, no matter what, they'd warm up to another cat. As much as the memes disagree, cats are pretty agreeable. They don't want to fuck with the food provider. Hold on, let me double check work. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, super cool. Okay. When their established territory is threatened. Yeah. And even then, like, still probably pretty agreeable. But okay, so hold on. Let's delete that. New keyword is not correct. And yeah, keyword form is incorrect. We're going to have a notification form. Something's wrong here. And yeah, Code Spent. You playing Path of Exile 2 at all? I don't remember if you like those kind of games or not. Yeah, I'm not sure why this is yelling about the handle submit. Oh, I think I get it. No. It's because handle submit is actually based off of the schema that we're passing. Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, we need to update the schema for what's actually on create notification. Started coaching Overwatch? Interesting. So no Marvel rivals? To me, that seems like the next big Overwatch, basically. That makes sense. Yeah, it's basically just a Marvel version of Overwatch for sure. Rivals is fun, but so many characters. Interesting. Yeah, I don't actually enjoy Overwatch, so yeah, Rivals is definitely not for me. A only a couple weeks, but we're basically fully healed on the mole I got removed. And doctor said I didn't need to remove it, but it was like, I don't know, man. When a mole gets itchy, that's a big get it off me kind of vibe. So hold on. So it's kind of like the split gate to Halo from your perspective, but with a really cool IP and interesting concept, so it's a ton of fun, but hard to take too seriously. Got it. And yeah, like the Splitgate company, they had a new game they were working on. Whatever happened to that? Well, there you go. Yeah, I like the fact that you guys know each other. That's cool. Hold on. Oh, they're actually doing a Splitgate 2 instead of just Splitgate, huh? I thought they had like a whole new name. So it looks like Splitgate 2 is actually a thing. I almost want to never play it because the way they're doing the scroll hijacking. When does Splitgate 2 release? 2025. Can you be more specific? There are 12 months in 2025. Splitgate 2 will be released in one of them. That's genius. All right. That's genius. That was fucking brilliant. That was brilliant. Yeah, no, I am fundamentally opposed to any and all scroll hijacking. They would be really, really, really blowing it if they released during the same month as GTA. They would be blowing it so massively that I have zero faith in the product at that point. It is, yeah. As far as I've heard. Well, I'm gonna need to go pour some more water. 1 second. Oh, okay. Holy shit. There's a dude I'm lurking who's playing PoE 2 at the moment. Right? I'm trying to get that free pet or whatever. And I thought he was already on like Act 1 Cruel. No, he was just going back to Act 1 to grab like something to summon. All right, so let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Man, what's up, Filter? Yeah, happy weekend, man. I'll be right back. Let me grab some more water. And how's everyone doing today? Welcome. Ooh, viewership number bumped up. Is this like the lady in her planky or whatever, right? When she goes to the restroom and puts planky out, like her viewership goes up, and then the moment she comes back, it goes down again? Do I need to get my own, like, planky? Hold on. I'll show you my version of planky. My first year working at Stevens Pass, I worked in the ski check. And they were going from wooden signs, right? Which this is one of their old wood signs. They were going from wood signs to like the really like, you know, like the ephemeral like plastic style. So this is one of the signs that I took when they said like, yeah, feel free to take one. I'm really proud of this. This is one of my favorite like things from my time working at Stevens Pass. I wish I wish I'd actually stolen it because that's just so apropos. But no, we were told we could just take it. That's one of my favorite like souvenirs from snowboard days. All right, so let's get back to it. So instead of value, this is type ID. Oh, and this is where we run into like, this is where we run into a crazy issue. Technically, we're going to have a different form per notification type. Hmm. So how do we want to handle the polymorphic form? BS. Oh. Hmm. We might have to abandon React hook form for the polymorphic form stuff. That doesn't even seem close to right. What does smart form component mean? Sorry, just double checking work. What's up, Robotic Head? How you doing? I got a quick question. Are you playing the new season of Path of Exile 2 tonight? I'm gonna guess you got something to do, like you're busy, but just figured I'd double check. Ah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it depends tomorrow on if Algo Bro is down to play or not, because he really doesn't like Path of Exile, right? But if Algo Bro's out, we might be able to convince Acorn. I think Acorn's back now, right? Yeah, that's what I thought too. Yeah, Code Spent. It's like from Always Sunny, right? Like the cat slipped into the wall through a seam. What? Cats don't do that. D, you don't know shit about cats. Like, like. It flattened itself out and fit through a seam. Cats can't do that. D, you don't know shit about cats. I love that line. Double check work again. We're already at 5 p.m. and every single other person at the company is on a different time zone. Not every single one, but any of the ones I'd interact with at the moment. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to, but I think we're gonna have to abandon React hook form for this dynamic stuff. Either that, or yeah. What we could do. No, I mean like fully dynamic based upon like polymorphic forms. So, as an example, right, we would have a schema, right, a Zod schema for a phone input that would allow a phone number. We would have another Zod schema that allows email. We would have another that requires you to do some Slack bullshit, and another that requires some Discord bullshit. All of those are going to be somewhat different in how they get validated and the fields that are part of the form. So these are like fully polymorphic forms, not just dynamic, as in like adding an extra address field. Yep. Yeah, so we basically need to have a whole separate validator for each. And maybe we just have like a different form that renders based on it. And then it's simply like how we want to bubble up that change to the consumer of this component on the outside. But I think that's the approach we're going to do. We're going to have a schema per notification type. And we'll just have a whole separate form per notification type. And then fuck it, whatever. You know, it's not that big a deal. I think we got it. JSON schema form? I think no matter what, using some other thing that tries to like do the polymorphism is going to suck. I think if we just hack it, it gives us more freedom. While also not having to deal with like crazy like type system bullshit. Yeah, polymorphism really does make a whole bunch of things like harder to work with. But I think that's the move. All right, so what we'll do here is we will call it email form SMS form. Where the fuck did WhatsApp form come from? And I have no idea what's actually going to be in Slack form. And all of them will start out with this baseline. So then, yeah, as far as schemas go, we'll get rid of that refine for now. Right, so then we can do that. You're back and you're eating a late dinner. Yeah, no worries. Someone outside just did a ha. It was weird. That's fun. All right, let me get more music going. Okay, hold on. Let me get another album going. Yeah, I'm not sure how we would end up wiring up Slack or Discord yet. But we can at least like hammer out these form fields and, you know, get the data in there, and then we'll have to like fine tune Slack and Discord separately. You're saying for the Slack and Discord? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I've never made a Slack bot or a Discord bot. I'm thinking because Slack requires payment to do anything, Discord is what we'd end up doing first. The problem is that for work, we would benefit from a Slack forum better. But is what it is. Yeah, Teams would be like way later stage. At least we don't got to worry about Skype anymore. Rip. It is just crazy how much Microsoft fumbled the bag with Skype. Skype is actually officially deprecated. Skype is end of life. Yep, being retired here in May. So code spent, you might be stoked on that one. Did you ever see the College Humor Skype skit? It's so good. Oh no, it will truly be gone. No, it's like end of life in May. It is fully dead, done, and dusted. Microsoft is taking notes from Google about killing services people still use. Someone's vibe coding a Skype Teams integration as we speak. That's one of those things you could vibe code and like no quality would be lost. Got him! Yeah, exactly. Ooh, hold up, wait. Is that one of Prime's? I don't know who does that. Do like 3 of those next to each other real quick. I want to see what that looks like. All right, it's not perfect. Nah, it doesn't. There's some others that work really well, though. But yeah, I think it's too long. Yeah, what's one that's like a single width that like fades over? Right? Cuz like the banger works really well. Yeah, do your Neovim one. Yeah, the Neovim one looks really good. Yeah, there's just like a slight seam. Oh, yeah, that one's solid. Yeah, a little bit. We could fine tune it just slightly and maybe it's better. But I also just don't feel like fiddling with it. But yeah, like the way we do banger and it like syncs up like perfectly. Yeah, I'm proud of that. Woo. Woo. Man. Yeah, yeah, that one works pretty good, like stitched together for sure. That one also does still have like a slight seam. So maybe we do want to fine tune just a little bit. Hold on, let me look at it real quick. All right, so hold on. All right, try your three Neovims again. I went from 1.2 for the scale 3D to the 1.18. Ah, it's still there. Oh, wait, hold on. Did I refresh it? Hold on. Refresh cache. Let's try one more time. One more again. Oh, all right. So hold on. Still an issue. I'm going to put it to 1.15, and we'll see if I messed it up the wrong direction. All right. One more again. This is important. Ooh, like a glove. I think I can see it just barely. That is pretty damn close. I'm a wizard. CSS skills in action right there. You guys both did You're a Wizard, Harry. Nice. See, I would have gone the other way and I would have done he's a witch. He turned me into a newt. I got better. But that's a generational difference there. I get it. You youngsters these days. You fucking Zoomers. It's all right. Monty Python will become really cool again. It'll be like really retro, and the hipsters will be like, it'll be their favorite thing. One of these days. Gen Z hipsters are just waiting to rediscover or to discover for the first time themselves Monty Python. It'll happen. Oh, it'll happen. Right? Like, think about it. Monty Python is basically Zoomer humor at this point. The Knights Who Say Knee, that's basically the Knights Who Say Skibbity at this point. Like, come on, man. Knights Who Say Skibbity is Zoomer. I think Knights Who Say Re is like 10 years ago. But, you know, point still stands. And yes, I'm tweeting that right now. When you think about it, Monty Python is basically Zoomer humor. The Knights Who... Hold on. Hold on, wait. How do you spell Knights Who Say Knee? Now, see, this is me being a boomer because I actually care about how you spell Knights Who Say Knee. Is it? It's N-I. All right, hold on. So that's how boomer I am. I actually care about spelling things right. Not going to make it. And hold on. I need to follow up. I need to follow up. Hold on, did I mistype that? Yeah, no, we're good. All right, so now let's just go do it on B Sky. I know you need to forego all punctuation and capitalization. I'm sorry, my body won't let me. I'd break out in hives, man. I can't go full Dex. I just can't do it. I'll just wait another 10 years, right? I'll just wait another 10 years and then punctuation will be cool again. Yeah, I'm actually really proud of that. That was my contribution to the internet for the day. Nailed it. All right, so back to this quixotic quest to actually do this part right. Well, wait, is it not email? Oh no. Oh no. No, it is email. Yeah, what the fuck, dude? Oh. Wrong thing. Sorry, my bad. All right, so we get these four forms. This handle submit is fucking bullshit. Wait, do I really not have a select as part of my neo-brutalism stuff? I don't think I do. What the fuck, dude? Yeah, I really don't. Lame. JWH, FYI. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. So here's something. I don't think we actually need notifications to be a yotai state, like Atom, if you will. But we could to keep it consistent with how we're doing keywords. Oh, damn right. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but this is a custom font, right? How many people build their own ligatures into Drama Sans, into Comic Sans to make it Drama Sans, right? We care about the little things, right? Let's find it. Have you ever seen a smoother, thick arrow in your life? Nah, man. Nope. Doesn't exist. Smoothest thick arrow in the business. And yeah, what's up, Superius? How you doing? You didn't see ours. I'm sure there is some other font that you have seen, though. I'd love to see how different theirs is versus mine, right? So, Comic Code. Weak. So, yeah, Comic Code is bullshit. Oh, here's the ligatures. Ours is better. Ours is way better. Oh my god. Oh, this one's gross. Nobody should pay for this. I think I just threw up in my mouth a little bit. I don't like it. All right, let's see theirs. Now, theirs sucks too. Nah, mine's free, dude. Mine's free. Right? You just go to Drama Sans, man. We could if I still had the software license to do so. We used an app called Glyphs, which we could actually get going again because they wouldn't know that we're doing it brand new for the first time. But I'm not going to pay $300 fucking dollars for Glyphs. But maybe we could do the lightweight version and it'd be okay. But I'm not paying $300 fucking dollars. Hell no. But maybe we could convince them to sponsor the stream and we'd show it off. So then, yeah, Times New Roman, maybe Impact. Sky's the limit. What other fonts would be good, right? Times New Roman, Impact. What other fonts should we like pitch them on? Like, hey guys, I wanna build some ligatures for the best fonts ever made. Here you go. What other fonts would make sense? Oh, obviously fucking Papyrus. Papyrus. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, yeah. No, we can do it. We can make it happen. We have the technology. We can rebuild them. Hey, thanks, Space Case. Thanks, Trav. You guys the best. Yeah, come on. We got 50 people here and only 2 people liked my tweet and my skeet. Like, come on. Are you guys even fans? Are you guys even fans? Come on. No, that's fine. I got a blue sky for you, too. The $5 whole. No, that wasn't a direct reference because I don't know the exact quotes or any of that. I know that's a meme over on Prime's channel. So yeah, Rustin, come on. You could blue sky it. There you go. Heyo, we got at least one person liking it on Blue Sky too. Come on, guys. I need your help. All of these other fucking platforms are burying me. Right? Twitter's burying me because I'm not paying for a license anymore. Like their fucking bullshit badge. It's expiring here soon. I don't know when, but yeah, I'm not renewing that bullshit. And then Blue Sky, like, there's no algorithm unless you guys share this shit out to your network. So I need your help. Like, come on, I post bangers all the time. And they just get buried, man. Now, keep in mind, I'm the only one that thinks they're bangers, so, you know, touche. Banger is in the eye of the beholder. I actually do want to reach out to Glyphs. I think this could be fun. We could make a ligaturized right? We can make a ligaturized Papyrus, Impact, and Times New Roman. Wait, what was the thing I said? Right? Banger is in the eye of the beholder. That's not a bad one. All right, hold on. This one's trying to put us to sleep. It's a good song when you're like driving on like a lonesome highway, but it's not a good song for right now. Oh, hold on. I got a DM to look at. Touche. You're not wrong there. Yeah, you don't necessarily want to fall asleep behind the wheel. Otherwise, you'll be like my dad and you'll total a fucking a monkey vomit green Mustang. That's not a bad idea, Lake. The problem I have is that recording anything for YouTube outside of stream is just like effort that I'd have to put in. Do you realize how lazy I am? Like, man, I know I gotta start doing it because yeah, I haven't posted to YouTube in over a year. Like, I gotta post some YouTube shit. But do you realize how lazy I am? Yeah, I don't know about TikTok, but honestly, Skylight Social seems like the move. And in fact, hold on, I should probably just register to that. Oh, I'd have to get the mobile app though. Uh, oh, it's way less fun than streaming. Oh my god, Will, like it's so much worse. Like the editing part and all that bullshit too. Like, oh my god, it's the worst. You've never heard of Skylight Social? It is based on the AT protocol, right? Same thing that Blue Sky is based on. Um, it was recently invested in by Mark Cuban. Thank you, Rustin. I really appreciate you. Yeah, backed by Mark Cuban. And honestly, like, I think I'm a huge fan of Mark Cuban. I didn't even realize it. I like the fact that he's been involved in like weird like pop culture bullshit for ages. Like he had that guest spot really randomly on the league. Like I think I might be a Mark Cuban fan and I didn't even realize it. Like I really do think he and I agree on way more than I thought we did. It's hard to recognize that, you know, you agree with a billionaire. Because that's rare. He was in Sharknado? I didn't know that. Damn, so dude's got a sense of humor about himself. Yeah, I think I'm a Mark Cuban fan. Yeah, yeah, like, dude, that one's awesome too. Yeah, yeah. I mean, he was in Sharknado because of the Shark Tank thing, probably, right? Like, it's just so relevant. Like, okay, dude just likes sharks. All right, cool. No, he seems like he's got a really good perspective for a billionaire, which is crazy. Like, that's so rare. Damn, Skylight's going really fucking heavy on the political stuff in this fucking like this thing here. That's kind of crazy. Which I'm into. Like, yeah, big thumbs up. If anyone knows me, like, yeah, no, they're hitting the right fucking notes. Bootigig, man. Yes, it's a TikTok alternative. Like, yes, the unbannable short form video platform. Like, they are directly going after TikTok with that statement. Like, that is them punching TikTok in the kidneys. That is a kidney punch. For sure. Right? If they can get enough users, that punch will make TikTok pee a little bit. That punch will give TikTok a fucking bladder infection. YouTube at the network level on your phone, nah, that's a very smart thing to do there, Space Case. Like, dude, my least favorite part about like YouTube Shorts is that you can't just scroll one creator's set of shorts like in an easy way. I would I would watch every single thing the the firefighter guy posts, right? Like real stories from firefighting. I would watch every single fucking one of those. But then they mix in like other bullshit. Like, no offense to Thor, I don't give a shit about his shorts. I don't give a shit about Thor's shorts. I don't care. But they keep showing them to me. He's a nice dude. I want him to keep making stuff. I want him to keep making content, but it's not content I want to consume. Because so much of it is just like the low effort stuff that normies need to hear, you know? No, thank you. No, dude, Bob, I do that. I'll click into the shorts for that channel. I'll do it, and then boom, by like the fifth or sixth, it's some other person. No, dude. I only wanted shit from the firefighter dude because his shit's really good. I've probably seen all of them, and maybe that's it. Maybe I'm messing up. Yeah, I don't know. You're right. I don't always go directly to the channel, but I feel like I did that just the other day where I went directly to his channel, I clicked the shorts tab, and I clicked a short, and then after a little bit, it showed me someone else. It showed me Thor. It showed me the fucking flexibility guy. I don't give a fuck about the flexibility guy. Don't show me that shit. I don't give a fuck. And I say this as a person who, for the majority of their life, could put my foot behind my head. You know? I actually really care about core strength. I don't need someone to tell me about that shit, though. Yeah, the Stay Flexy guy. I don't give a fuck about his content. I actively hate his content because I don't give a shit because I'm already flexible. I think I can actually still put my foot behind my head. I am really inflexible about the flexibility guy. Exactly. Yeah. Because I'm already flexible. I don't need to, right? Like, I'm a flexible person who is inflexible about the flexibility guy. And if that doesn't blow your brain, I don't know, man. You didn't think about that statement. I can still bite my toenails. I'm trying not to these days because it's a bad habit. But I can still bite my toenails. I might be flexing a little bit about my flexibility, even though I have inflexibility about the flexibility guy. Damn, that's a tweet. We'll schedule it for tomorrow. Yeah, no, that's a fucking tweet. I don't know. Yeah, I think that's good enough. I think that's good enough. Sure, why not? And yeah, I'm going to say this right now. Do not bite your toenails. The worst damage I've done to my teeth was from biting my big toenails. Because they're just so fucking thick. Like, I didn't originally chip this tooth because of it, but I'm sure it was weakened enough because of it. I technically chipped this tooth because I had a really good chokehold back in the day. And a friend of a friend was like, well, I bet I could get out of it. And I was like, all right, let's try it. And he front flipped onto me, and he was a chubbier dude. So I chipped this tooth because of that. But it was weakened because of biting my own toenails. So don't do it. It's not good for you. It's really bad for your teeth. And here's the thing you might not know about Prime. I believe he's also one of those dudes that used to bite his own toenails, but has had to, like, force himself to stop. Most likely before he met his wife. Because it's not a thing you can do when you have a wife. Let alone a girlfriend. I should have said when you have a girlfriend, let alone a wife, but you know what I mean. But anyway, let's get back to some code. I know, we're bullshitting. It's a Friday night. Like, fuck it. Why not? Whatever. What am I going to do after this? Probably go play some Path of Exile too. But I'm in no rush. Schedule 1? Is that a narcotics joke? Depends. You a cop? There you go. So the answer is yes. Oh, that makes sense, Bob. Yeah, maybe it was a refresh or something. I don't know. I'm not sure. Oh, hold on, hold on. I hear the sound. Yeah. This maybe it's from outside. Hold on. Let me double check. A fan on my camera. Nope. Yep, that was it. All right, and I gotta pee. BRB. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, there's like a fan on the back of my camera because it's been overheating because it's been a bit warm. And I'm currently using Gorilla Tape, but I need to actually make it Velcro to like hold it in place, and the Velcro would stick because I've had that before, like years ago. So, all right, yeah, we're back. We're doing our thing. So yeah, back to these fucking forums, man. So the part that's bumming me out about this. Oh no, shit. The dude I'm lurking who's playing PoE2 totally fucking died. He's playing hardcore. Dude, hardcore would be way too fucking aggravating for me. Yeah, anyone here playing the new PoE2 like release? Hardcore would just, yeah, it'd be too aggravating for me. But okay, so what we want to do for this select. Notification types are going to be a thing. I think that's something we want to fetch actually when the page has, like, when the entire thing loads. Oh, shit, camera is blurry. What the fuck? Yeah, hold on. No. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. I don't remember it resetting, so let me fix it. Am I in focus? I am not focused, but I hopefully I'm in focus. Not gonna lie, like the mustache is not bad, but I'm probably gonna shave it here soon. I'm a little bummed Theo beat me to it. I should have done it a month ago. No, I think we're focused enough. Let me know if I need to like bring it in or out in some way. I think we should be good. Yeah, it's hard to tell. I think we're there. I think we're set. So you're saying I'm slightly out of focus right now? All right, hold on. No, let me fix that. Okay, so that went too far. I need to go the other direction. All right. Nailed it? I think I nailed it. We good? I don't even know what dance that is. But I guess that's my nailed it dance. All right. That's the nailed it dance. That's just science. But yeah, how's everyone's Friday going? Y'all got any like fun plans for the week or anything? Oh shit, Perp Skirp. Oh, that sounds cool, man. Like, what do you plan on seeing while you're in Japan? Like, and how long are you gonna be there? I feel like we haven't seen you in ages. Like, yeah, how you doing, man? Yeah, we haven't played any League in ages, you know. So going to Kyoto. Hold on, Kyoto, Osaka, and Tokyo. There you go. 3 days of work, 9 days of leisure. Wait, so like you actually have work to do in Japan? Oh, interesting. So applying to jobs, thinking of writing some Terraform to automate the infrastructure of your game servers. What game servers? There, Space Case. Oh my God, Perpskirp. Paid for by work? Like you get to fly to Japan free? Dude. Okay, so we are all jealous of Perpskirp at the moment, right? Right? Like, oh my God. How dare you? 3 days of a conference? Oh, dude. So that's barely work. Yes, exactly. Do you need someone to carry your bags and, do some of that stuff? You obviously need like a work Sherpa. And I'm only like joking about talking for myself because I don't even have a passport, so I couldn't do it. Um, but yeah, real quick, Space Case. These two things don't line up. Should be a quick fix. Just throwing that out there. And yeah, no worries, Perpsker. Yeah, that's fine. Just take a lot of like photos and stuff and share that with us in the Discord or something. That'd be cool. Yeah, no worries, Space Case. Like, no pressure. Okay. Monitoring. Okay, there you go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The costs of something like managed Kubernetes fucking sucks, right? And you could run Kubernetes yourself in some other way, but yeah, AKS isn't it. Like, nah, definitely not. No, I get that. So one thing I would get at is like the trade-offs and explanations part. I feel like is a bit mixed. Like you're doing a pro versus con, but then you're mixing like other things into it. Right? Like Prometheus and Grafana, you could just take this and put it into this section, right? Again, you do whatever you want, but in my opinion, the trade-offs part, like this should just be trade-offs, and explanations could just be worked into those sections. So from a writing perspective, I think you're like this section is a little too mixed. Some of these things are like pro versus cons between two choices. And then others are why you did or didn't pick something. The why you didn't would make sense, maybe, but why you did could just be in the section that you care about, right? So I would say this one goes away and goes just into the section, right? Like it's just two sentences. It's technically one run-on sentence or just one long sentence. This one right here should actually be a pro versus con of comparing two things in a versus, right? And then Ansible for config, that would live elsewhere too. So yeah, I don't know. From a writing perspective, trade-offs and explanations shouldn't actually be like a combo of those things. This should just be trade-offs. I get it, but you know, that's what edits are for anyway. And you're actually using Lambda and ECS. So yeah, like this isn't like an X versus Y, but like because it's here in trade-offs with other X versus Ys, I would split out the X versus Ys versus your justifications. Like if anything, maybe just add another section for explanations. But really, like each section could just have like a, you know, how there's basically like the quote and it's like an aside or like a section thing, right? Explaining why you chose it could just be part of the sections above, you know? And then here, the trade-offs is simply why you chose one versus the other. So maybe it's only two things in the trade-offs part. I think probably there's more trade-offs that you're not considering. But yeah, like the inconsistency of like the bullet points within section 7 here really stand out to me. But again, it's your blog post. You do whatever the hell you want, man. This is just me having strong opinions about how writing content should work. Doesn't mean I'm the best writer, but I still have like critiques that I consider, you know? Again, like I don't know if it makes you a better writer. This is just one other writer's opinion, and I was going to say one other mediocre writer's opinion. But again, forming opinions like this about other people's writing does make you a better writer yourself. So, yeah, I mean, personally, just by having this critique, I think I understand how I want to write better as well. You can't be better about yourself until you're critical about other people too. Now, realistically, you should be as critical of yourself or more critical about yourself than other people. But that critical like view of things is important no matter what. Just don't be a jerk about it, you know? But let me get more music going. Absolutely engineering love. You can only be better at writing by writing more. You can get a little bit better by critiquing other people's writing, but you can't solidify it until you like take those critiques into your own practice. All right, so let me close some shit and let's keep working. Because it's a good, fun Friday and we're taking our sweet ass time, aren't we? Damn right. Damn, the word anime gets mentioned a lot over on Blue Sky. There's a lot of weebs over there. A lot of weebs on Blue Sky. Damn, it's only 6:20. Hold on. It has not been long since I poured the beverage before this. I should definitely slow down. Eventually. Oh, I get that space case. Sure. Outlining a project is an important part of the process. For sure. Um, Bob, I don't know what the 6-pager approach actually is. Yeah, like I understand building out stuff based upon like a formatted document. Is it literally 6 pages that you got to write before something will be approved at Amazon though? Oh, damn. Something out there smells like someone's doing some painting right now? What the fuck are they painting? Yeah, Jacob, no, it smells terrible, man. I'm gonna have to close that window. I'm also gonna need to be really careful that I don't fiddle with my humidifier. But yeah, he thinks PowerPoint disguises sloppy thinking, so he wants people to write a narrative where one sentence must flow to the next. And at the beginning of every meeting, people are supposed to read the 6-page document. Time is allocated for that during the meeting itself. I get that. 6 fucking pages, though? Like, honestly, 6 pages of sentence to sentence logical flow sounds like some pretty shitty writing to me, too. Presentations are easy for the writer, difficult for the reader. Yeah, I understand that, but I think there's a better structure than just simple, like, write a fucking essay. To me, it's actually more than just being easy for the reader. It's forcing the writer to have enough substance to write 6 pages. Yeah, like a basic structure, right? Like we actually have a similar thing at GetKraken. I forget what they call it, but it's more like a one pager at GetKraken, but it has a very specific like structure about like the benefit and like, you know, like it's basically like a schema for a document. So in my opinion, like a proper schema would be better than just give me 6 pages of fucking thought process. I don't know, man. There are a lot of really bad writers out there, managers specifically, where I don't want to read 6 pages of their fucking thought vomit, you know? No, thank you. And feel free to reuse that term, thought vomit. Yeah, exactly. Like, nah, that just sounds bad. Oh, 6 pages is the maximum, it's not the minimum. What is the minimum? Like, there has to be a minimum if there's a maximum, right? So the person who wrote it needs to actually, like, read it out loud? I could see that being better. Okay. Oh, no, each person reads it individually. All right. No, so I get that. I still think there's something fundamentally wrong if there's no, like, specific structure. I feel like a structure would make that so much more manageable. And we have like a structured document at GitKraken for like larger initiatives. If it's 6 to 7 pages, that almost like determines a minimum of 6 and a maximum of 7. To where people are going to feel forced to fill out the entire damn thing. Do I add structure to my personal projects? No, because I'm not trying to convince anyone else. Like, I already convinced myself. I don't need that structure. But I do end up following a little bit of, like, what my plans are. You know, if we go look at the back end, I got this planning doc. But no, because I'm a solo dev, I don't need to make anything like rigid or structured to convince other people that it's worth doing because I only need to convince myself. So that's a little bit different there, engineering love. Like, you shouldn't force yourself to come up with a 6-page document to describe the thing you want to build. Yeah, there's got to be something missing from the process. Like, there has to be a clear, what is the problem being solved? How do you want to solve it? What does it involve? Like, there needs to be like a structure to that. An unstructured 6-page document from someone who is obviously not a writer by trade is going to suck to fucking read, you know? Yeah, I'd push back on all that. Like, that sounds bad to me. Some of this stuff is just like lore that Bezos just uses to hype up the business, in my opinion. Like, some of it just ends up being lore to make it seem, I don't know, like he's a fucking visionary or something. I don't know, man. I just don't know. Right, exactly. He has some interesting ideas. Sure. No, and I understand that, Larobi, but you can accomplish the same thing with structure still. If you're just talking about a 6-page document in which someone just explains an idea, dude, that speak like. Have you ever read a bad writer's short story? They fucking suck. They're fucking meandering. They have no cohesive fucking argument. It's just one idea to the next. Like, nah, man. I imagine those 6-page documents are the same fucking problem. Four Wheel's like, yes, I've totally seen that. It's my own writing. I'm like, yeah, totally. Right? Like, every good story needs, like, the 3-act structure, even short stories. Even short stories that are 6 to 7 pages long need a fucking structure to tell a narrative, you know? Without any structure, 6 pages of fucking drivel is gonna suck. Yeah, you build a fucking outline and you fill in the blanks. That's writing 101. But not everybody understands writing 101. But I guess to get to the point where you're presenting this in a meeting, you will have at least, made it obvious to other people that your writing is worth reading. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made it to manager at the organization anyway. I guess this is me giving a major benefit of the doubt. Yeah, even bullet points need a flow. So hold on, here's something. I would love a critique. I published a blog post today for GetCrack. No, not store. Damn it. Well, we go resources, blog. Let me know your open and honest criticisms. I will fix whatever I need to. I hammered it out. She'd rather have open heart surgery than read 6 pages of your writing. Damn. And that's like your closest friend at this point. Like, damn. That is so honest it hurts. Just a little bit. That's fucking brutal. Damn. Damn. Oh, shit. Hold on. Nope. I need to go edit that. Damn it. No matter what, the more you read something, the more you're going to realize you got to fix it. It's a quick fix. I'm going to update it. Nobody caught that when I asked them to review it, though. All right, there we go. There's the fix. Wait, did it, Mr. Elfman? I wrote this entire thing by hand. It came up 100% written by AI? Like, are you bullshitting me? Okay, so you're bullshitting, right? Like, all right, that was the joke. All right. You're about to blow my mind. Like, dude, I wrote this 100% by hand. Like, I don't use AI to write anything other than, like, dude, I needed to come up with a messaging document. Yeah, no, I used AI for that because a messaging document is 100% bullshit. Like, fuck you. Like, nah, I don't give a shit. So I wrote our messaging document for the CLI using AI. I'm not going to write a blog post with AI. Fuck that. Hell no, dude. Yeah, I was going to be a little bummed if it really truly came up as 100% written by AI. Hold on. What's the website you would use to judge that? AI detector. Is there no way to just pass like a URL? Damn it, is there no like URL we can pass these things? Like, come on. So these guys made their tools with AI too, huh? What the fuck, man? Alright, so these sites suck. To err is human. So, Larobi, that's like the phrase. To err is human. I know, right, LG? They're just asking AI. Shit. But no, I fixed my thing. Like, honestly, if y'all end up reading it, I'm really curious if you have any feedback. Just let me know. I'll fix it. Right? It's a blog post. Like, yeah, 1 second. No, I had to do like the official page too. So like this part, I would also really appreciate some critique of. No, man, no. I would appreciate feedback even from someone who doesn't think they should give feedback. It updated so fast. I mean, it's WordPress, dude. Like, it's so easy. Yeah, we just invalidated the full page cache. No problem. WordPress can be really fucking fast. I don't know if you know that. You can build WordPress to be really fucking fast. It involves full page caching, but that's easy. I've built WordPress sites that respond as quickly as fucking static sites. We do, yeah. I don't necessarily want to tell you how we do it, but yes, we do. But yeah, I'd be really curious, like, if there's anything y'all want me to improve, anything that can make that page more obvious, things that I took as assumptions that could be better, etc. As far as changing like the WP admin like URL, yeah, you do that. It's easy. It's actually really easy. And I think it's in like the best practices for doing production WordPress stuff. Right? Then you don't get the bots fucking like crawling that page and trying all sorts of weird bullshit they linked or like looked up. Yeah, we don't do the HTTP auth, but we do have like a bot checker field, right? Like add these two things together type bullshit. Which bums me out because it really fucks with 1Password. It really fucks with 1Password because 1Password, when you select a thing from the dropdown, it wants to just submit the form, but we have a third field, and it submits the form without filling out that third field. And if you do that too many times, you get locked out for like a couple hours. Ask me how I know. Because I've been locked out for a few hours because of 1Password. It kind of sucks. So I have to go to 1Password, copy my password, and like it's like 7 extra clicks. Maybe not 7, but enough extra clicks that it sucks. Hold on. Here's the thing. I don't know if I feel like cooking tonight. When does the Indian food place close? Ooh, 10 p.m.? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got time tonight. I'm thinking 8 o'clock, I'll put in the order. So we got like an hour and a half. No big deal. I just don't feel like cooking tonight, man. It might be the whiskey. But also, the Indian food place is so good, and I haven't eaten the Indian food in like a month at least. I kind of owe myself, don't I? Pretty sure I owe myself. I just get butter chicken and garlic naan. Pretty vanilla order, but I'm okay with it. There's a good Indian food place near the office in Scottsdale that is also like not bad. It's pretty good. Their chunks of chicken are really small. $125 in steak? Oh my god. I have steak in my freezer. That I could cook for free. It's got chunks of rosemary, like, you know, frozen with it in the sous vide like bag. I just sous vide it. It's got butter in there. Like, it'll be amazing. It'll be really good. I haven't made a steak for a while now. But I got them frozen, and I can eat them anytime. So the most precious versus our most precious? Okay. Yeah, no, Indian food wins. I can cook steak anytime. Indian food is a thing that I gotta pick and choose the day and the time. But yeah, sous vide steak. Yeah, that's the thing. I can totally do that. Vindaloo is your favorite. Hold on. What's the character from Red Dwarf? There's Rimmer. What's the other character's name? Shit. Hold on. No, this is important. Lister. Yeah. All right. Whatever you say, Lister. Whatever you say, Lister. Hold on, hold on. Olavo has a comment. That's Mr. Boomer to you. All right, but yeah, how's everyone's day doing? It's such a good Friday. It's like really nice weather, actually. It's not bad. Oh, that was a really bad cork pop. Bought our stuff already, because good luck. Yeah, no. I've been meaning to upgrade my phone for a while. I should probably do it right now. Yeah, hold on. Now, you're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. But hold on. Here's the biggest thing. Like, how much do we think dude is like 100% serious, and how much do we think he's just letting his fucking friends buy in while shit dips and then he reverses it and shit goes back up again? uh Dude, would you put it past him? Would you fucking put it past him? I wouldn't. Like, no one should trust him ever again, but no one does trust him, so it doesn't matter, right? So yeah, I don't know, man. You're gonna bring a flip phone when entering the U.S.? Ooh, I mean, honestly, flip phones are gonna make a comeback anyway. I mean, Space Case, that makes you part of the problem, technically, right? Because you especially come from a state where that shit matters. Here in Washington, you could be forgiven for it. But you come from a state where your vote actually matters. Just saying, like, not trying to make you feel bad about it, but dude, you actually live in a state where your vote matters. Where I live in Washington will be blue no matter what I do. I still vote. No, I understand. I'm just saying, like, it's a thing. It's okay if you don't care. It's fine. Yeah, where Perpskirp lives. Well, hold on, Perpskirp. Are you downtown or are you still like near the Reno area? Because if you're in fucking Tahoe area, your vote actually really matters still. Oh, you moved back to Reno. Like literally Reno. So technically you're not in California anymore. Or you mean you're like close enough to Reno that it doesn't matter, but you're like towards the California side of South Lake? Ah, okay, okay. No, I get that. I get that. You just moved. No, I get that. That makes sense. So where you're at now, your vote matters way fucking more. Dude, I mean, how much like he's been in office like 70 days. How much more like damage do you think he's going to do before he leaves? Like fuck, man. That's what the midterms are for. God, see, same fucking problem. Yeah. All right, so I'll have to figure out the right way to do this. But yeah, um, Congress could limit the president, but Republicans are fucking captured at this point. I think the majority of them have some Epstein shit that they're being blackmailed by at this point. That's the only explanation I can think of that makes any sense. Which is like, at this point, own up to the kid diddling, because what you're doing is way worse. I simply disagree. Like, no, that's them not having a spine. I'm sorry, like, at any point, if that's a thing, like, fuck that, the system's broken. Yeah, spineless cowards, dude. Here's the thing, Archer Zen, your vote in South Dakota matters so much more than my vote in Seattle. You have to simply keep voting, keep being active, right? Because the fucking boomers are going to die eventually, right? And younger people skew, at least in general, towards having a fucking conscience. Again, my biggest problem in general with tech Twitter and tech Twitch is that the most popular fucking people are right wing. Like, more right wing than they would want you to believe. Case in point. And again, I like Tej as a person, but has Tej made any fucking memes about the current administration? No, but he was fucking memeing the hell out of Biden. Theo is like the outlier. Theo is the outlier. Prime, Tej, Begin Bot, low level, right? Like, think about it this way. Who all got invited to the game dev thing last week? Or 2 weeks ago, or whatever? Like, really think about that. Absolutely, Archer. 100%. Prime's religion rules his fucking politics. $100%, dude. It's why he moved from California to fucking South Dakota. Or Montana, or wherever he is. Yeah, Mr. Elfman, watch the fucking Lex Friedman thing. Prime's religion rules so much of how he thinks in general. And he is already, like, he is totally 100% come out and said he is trying to, like, help the younger male audience find a place in their world. But that is, like, skewed towards the right. I would 100% be okay with these guys if they would make jokes about the current administration. But they absolutely made jokes about the previous one, and they're fucking crickets at this point. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, that's not cool. If they want to make political jokes, then just stay fucking consistent. Just stay consistent, man. If you're going to make jokes when one side's in power, keep making jokes when the other side's in, or your bias is showing. You'll notice I don't use fucking Trump memes here on stream, even though I'm very anti-Trump, right? Now I'm talking about it now. I get it. Maybe that's the whiskey talking. But Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Like, I'm mainly trying to call out the biases in the most popular people among us. My 40 viewers isn't gonna fucking sway the needle. Prime and Tej and their audience does. Dude, Trump v1 was still bad. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. He says he's going for a v3, but he's acting like there's only a v2, right? Are these the actions of someone who expects to be reelected? No, they're not. Come on. He's just hoping to do enough damage now before shit changes. But I really, really do hold some fucking influencers accountable. Like, you have to, man. Tej was making Biden memes on a fucking regular basis, and now it's crickets. People need to be held accountable for that shit. As much as I like Tej, as much as I like Prime, nah, man. I'm sorry. Like, no. They don't get a fucking pass. I'm a fan. I'm just not a fan of some of their fucking actions. And that's the thing. Yeah, exactly. John Blow. That fucking asshole. That dude's a major asshole, actually. But also, same thing. Hitting on Biden, now he's fucking crickets. Yeah, his bias is showing. If you're going to make political memes on stream, be honest about it. The fact that some people are surprised that some of these people are right-wing is part of the fucking problem. You know I'm left-wing. I'm progressive. I don't even fucking like the Democrats. They're fucking up. We should have had Bernie. But I still voted left because we could have avoided the shit we're having now. Yeah, dude. Like, no, John Blow is fucking actually like part of the worst. Yeah. Like, I disagree with mainstream fucking Democratic leadership because they fucking suck and they don't want to see anything change. AOC, please, let's just give AOC a fucking leadership role. Please, please. Right? Bernie, like, yeah, the people that actually want to see change for good rather than just fucking riding bullshit coattails. So the DNC is as much to blame as the RNC is, in my opinion. So I understand fucking Biden memes. He's the establishment fucking choice. Yeah, no, like, I understand a Biden meme. But if you're going to make a Biden meme, do a fucking Trump meme too. What's up, Brainless? How you doing? Yeah, I get it. I get it. That wave is fucking manic. Nice, nice. And what up, Emma? How you doing? Cheers. And yeah, I know. The more whiskey I get, the more political I get. On a Friday night, I consider that okay. I know. Tell me about it. Shit. Maybe Mr. Elfman, but not on the most popular fucking Twitch channels in this category, right? That's a fucking problem. That's a fucking problem. I know, I know. I don't want to get too deep in it. It sucks. Yeah, I get it. All we're doing is we're calling out a major fucking bias on the part of the most popular people in this category. That's a fucking problem. Indexing a JSON-B column. Ooh, that's kind of smart. That's kind of really smart. So from 6 seconds to 300 milliseconds. But, hold on, how often is that column written to, which would indicate, like, that the index needs to be re-indexed? Like, how much, like, re-indexing cost are you paying? If it's a read-heavy database column, well, then, yeah, there you go. That's a huge win. So I get that, Brainless. Like, if it's a JSON-B column that's not written to that often, well, there you go. As well as, like, a table that's not written to that often, because every, like, new row would also dictate that. So, yes, that is the constraint. How often are you writing to that column in that table? If it's pretty low, then you get a huge win by indexing a JSON-B column. But I would say it's probably like an edge case in some way. Like, how often are other columns written to as well? If it's the table not being written to often, sure. But if the table is written to a lot, but the JSON-B columns stay static, they'd be better off, like, normalizing the JSON-B columns to another table and only joining on those when it matters, right? Because then the re-indexing of the one table wouldn't affect the other. So yeah, I think that's a very valid, like, criticism, you know? Yeah, if the whole database is pretty static, then yeah, you get huge wins from introducing indexes on every column at that point. Right? Any column that you're querying by should have an index if the data is pretty static. But one thing to recognize is that not very many databases are that static. Ooh, Mr. Elfman, yeah, if the database is static enough, you could be caching outside of it too. And you'd have value there. But that's like a whole extra thing. Like, caching outside of the DB, beyond indexes, introduces like an entire separate layer of bullshit, you know? Right? Like maintenance and all that. So I could understand that. You know, like, adding another layer of fucking infrastructure is way more work than adding another index. No, I get that, Brainless. I totally get that. Yeah, you mentioned that previously, too. Real quick, though, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. BRB. Gotta pee. All right, I'm back. I had to pee. Sorry. No. Brainless. I wasn't calling you out for repeating yourself. I'm simply pointing out that I remembered it because despite the whiskey, I remember things. Like, the only thing I was trying to point out to you is that I remembered. It's okay giving other people here in chat the context. That's totally fine. I wasn't calling you out for repeating yourself. I was simply acknowledging that I remembered. That's a different thing. It might seem like a meme, but no, man, I remember basically everything. Maybe another whiskey or two and I'll start forgetting stuff. And I'll just wake up with the vague recollection that I was an asshole. Hopefully not. Knock on wood. That's fine, Brainless. I'm not even meaning you. I just mean in general. When I am a jerk, even if I forget the exact minutia, I still wake up thinking, man, I was a jerk last night. Normally, I remember most things. What's your issue? Yeah, like, you know. And yeah, I hope people don't think I'm kidding. I remember most things. It's a blessing and a curse. But yeah, what's up, Buttermilk, Mr. Sir? How you doing? I'll just say this to everyone out there. If you put in the effort to remember things, people will think you're a fucking genius. I'm definitely not. I just remember stuff. Most people don't put in the effort to remember things. To the point where when someone does remember things, it matters a lot to them. And honestly, Mr. Elfman, I want to point out, remembering something is a matter of caring. Like, those things are actually really intricately tied together. You'll forget things you don't care about. That's human nature. If you care about everything, you can remember most things better. No. So, Mr. Elfman, you might not care about the thing they're talking about. You might care about the person saying it. And that still matters. There's a big difference. Care can be about parts of a thing, not the thing they're saying. If you care about someone, you'll remember the bullshit you didn't care about. Care is actually a broad term. But yeah, real quick, let's read what you're saying there, Brainless. So we do some data fetches concurrently to another service. Locally, it's very fast as it will run 8 calls easy at the same time. But when you began looking at the deployed environment traces, you noticed only 2 concurrent calls were being done. Well, you force your local Elixir to run on 1 core, and there it is. It caps the concurrency. So you're trying to see if you can force it to still use concurrency. So Brainless, what I think you're recognizing is the difference between concurrency and parallelism, right? A bunch of things running on a single core is concurrency. A bunch of things running on different cores is parallelism. And if you only have 1 core and you're doing a bunch of like CPU bound things, you're at the mercy of that 1 CPU core. So instead, could you parallelize it by farming it out to other instances or other nodes in some way, rather than being single core bound? That would be the thing you need to fix. How would you farm this out to other nodes, rather than forcing it all to be on the single node? And I don't have an answer for how you would do that, but I think that's like, like you're rubber ducking your problem with us. I'm trying to be the rubber duck responding to it by simply saying like, yeah, man, if the things you're doing concurrently are CPU bound, your single concurrent core is only going to be able to do so much. So instead, how can you farm that out and spread the load? Right? How could you go from being concurrent to parallel? No, Space Case, you're wrong. Because on a single node, it doesn't matter how many threads you have, you're still bound by that 1 instance. So again, concurrency is not parallelism. And Go routines don't solve problems that parallelism needs to solve. Right? Go will hit concurrency limits eventually anyway. If you only have so much CPU time available on a single node, adding another thread isn't going to solve that problem. I understand that Space Case, but what we're getting at is they are limited by concurrency. They're not limited by parallelism, and we're trying to convince them how they can make it more parallel. Go routines would still be concurrent for a single node. And you have to think about parallelizing it to multiple nodes. Now, meanwhile, Go routines would use every core available, but so does Elixir, so does Erlang. Like, Elixir will use every core available and use the beam runtime to farm it out to other cores, but you're still CPU bound. My guess is they're running this stuff within a single core, like VM instance or a VPS instance. So no matter what, concurrency isn't going to solve the problem. Go routines would not solve the problem. Right? They could scale up individual nodes more and then get more cores to work on this, but that's basically the same problem as parallelizing to other instances as well. So you're only kicking the can down the road by adding more like vertical nodes versus farming out the work horizontally. Now, keep in mind, this is just me bullshitting a little bit. I've never had to do any of this at scale for any job I've ever done. But I love talking about this shit. So please poke holes in what I'm actually saying. But I believe, based upon my limited actual experience, that this is the problem they're dealing with, right? They're hitting the limits of concurrency on a single node, and they need to start parallelizing to multiple nodes. They know their problem better than I do, but this is just me trying to understand it. Does that sound about right, though, Brainless? Why the request call will freeze everything until it receives a response instead of allowing others to start. So is it like... So Brainless, what I'm getting at is it truly waiting for the response to resolve? Or is it the processing of that response that is pausing things? That might be part of it, right? Is it the actual request that's pausing it, or is it the parsing of that request, or technically the parsing of that response? I don't know. Yeah, like, I don't know your problem. I'm just speculating, and I might be way off. Well, I mean, look at it this way. Elixir doesn't have the concept of async. Everything is synchronous. So how are you farming out that synchronous work? Like, Elixir has no concept of async. So instead, the work you're farming out to processes could be split better. If all your time is spent waiting for I.O. to return, the way you're farming out that I.O. is the issue. Because Elixir has no concept of async. It's just that simple, right? Like, in general, Rust has no concept of async, and you need threads to farm out work. So yeah, Brainless, what I would really, really recognize is how are you splitting up the work? There's probably something better you can do there. I don't know for sure because I don't know the actual code, and I'm not an expert with doing that with Elixir. But to me, it seems like the thing that's breaking up the work is not properly splitting that stuff up. As an example, think about like Node.js. Node.js, you would spawn a bunch of like async await bullshit, and they would all be on their own concurrent, like async, like not threads, but async operations. And the single threaded like run loop would simply resolve them as they come in. If you're not like spawning these things out separately, then the single core of that instance can't solve that problem. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know the problem well enough. And also, whiskey. All right, so back to the problem we're trying to solve here on stream. We have this notifications page, and the notifications page will eventually... Yeah, brainless. I get it. Yeah, thank you for keeping me in the loop, and I hope you do solve it, and I bet there's a fix for it. But yeah, what it's going to involve, in my opinion, is spawning out the work into like a whole separate, probably not gen server, but a whole separate like supervisor process. Again, like I'm mixing and matching terms in Elixir that maybe I'm misusing. But yeah, something seems wrong where like you're doing too much work in a single process, right? And instead you need to think about making more processes. Yeah, no worries. And do let me know if that fixes it. Because again, I consider you a way bigger expert in Elixir than I am. But I at least have like a vague understanding of the mental model. And to me, like I can see the bottleneck, even though I can't literally see the bottleneck, you know? It's very similar to if you had a CPU-bound process on a Node.js server, right? Like your async await stuff might keep going, but the moment you hit some CPU-bound thing, you're pausing that entire fucking process, right? That entire like event loop until that synchronous thing resolves, and then it can keep moving. Yeah, no worries. Maybe far from expert, but more of an expert than me. What I would get at is, even though you're not using JavaScript, understanding how JavaScript does the cooperative concurrency aspect in a single fucking thread might be really useful. So, Jake Archibald, event loop, run loop, event loop, same thing. This would probably help you understand concurrency versus parallelism in like a major way. Because Node.js on a single core is concurrent, but it's not parallel. In the same way that Go on a single core is concurrent, but it's not parallel. Yeah, no worries, brainless. It's at least like worth double checking and understanding, for sure. But yeah, man, yeah. If it ends up helping, well, shit, I talked way above my pay grade, but it worked out. Sure. Yeah. But hold on, CPU count only works if you actually have physical threads to work with, right? The same thing in Go. You could spin up, you know, Go's green threading, right? Their Go routines on a single core process, like a single threaded server. At the end of the day, if you only have a single thing to work with, you're still going to be CPU bound based upon that cooperative, like, you know, concurrency. So yeah, like honestly, these are things that are valid. Even if you read like the JS run loop or like watch the JS run loop video, that idea is actually applicable to every single language, every single like programming architecture in general. Because if you only have a single core to work with, a single like CPU bound thing ties up that entire loop, you know? No, that's fine. And yeah, happy to chat about it. I'd love to hear more about how you resolved it, especially within like an Elixir context. But yeah, honestly, some of this is my favorite part of streaming. I become better talking about things that I don't actually know 100% about. Because in general, good ideas are portable, and theory is portable. So yeah, I look forward to the resolution on Monday. It's like this dude smokes weed or something, right? Drinks whiskey or something. Yeah, I'm going to forget at least a portion of this, but I'll remember the important part, and I'll probably remember to ask you, how'd it work out when you come back on Monday? In the meantime, we're going to keep slowly working on what we're doing because this is my favorite thing to do besides snowboarding. And I mean literally just like stirring a beverage. Streaming, okay, it's a close third. I'm kidding, by the way. I like streaming more than I like drinking. It may not seem like that all the time. More music, though. All right, so yeah, back to this. We got delete there, right? We go to notifications and it's empty, obviously. And yeah, we got this like notifications form that we got to do some stuff on. We installed this select, and yeah, man, that was ages ago. But yeah, let's go look at select. Let's grab some boilerplate. Why not? All right, we'll hard code email form right now, just so we can get reformatting going, and that didn't work. Hold on. Ah, shit. Wait. They got a bug in their fucking docs, man. Are they trying to kill me? Is ChatGPT supposed to crash if you paste 7,000 lines of code? 7,000 lines of code is most likely way beyond the context that they allow. So the answer is kind of yes. All right, so hold up. Where are the docs? Edit this page. Wait, what? So hold on. This actually has the end of the select content element. How did that not select? Oh, you know what? Hold on. That might have been my bad copy and paste. I believe the end of the select was actually there already, and I just didn't finish this part. But why would... Hold on. Why did I need to, like, type the rest of select? No, that was just on me. All right, no, that was it. That was my bad. Bad copy. Bad copy. And yes, that's the part that we were getting into. We want to do a fetch of notification types ahead of things. Oh, and hold on, Sergeant Pepper. Wait, what? Is Chat GPT? Yeah, you're trying to do the Prospero VM challenge. You're trying to do it, or you're trying to get Chat GPT to do it. You wrote Codity for it, but want to port it to C. Ugh, sorry, gross. I know. It was harming my ability to breathe. It had to happen. Ah, so much better. What the fuck is Prospero? Besides the dude from fucking Gladiator. Yeah, played by Oliver Reed. That was his name, Prospero. Yeah, Proximo. Shit, not Prospero, Proximo. Tomato, tomato. The Prospero Challenge. All right, so render the image as quickly as possible. Damn! So on this dude's machine, it takes about 15 seconds to produce a 1024 by 1024 image. Spoilers, it also allocates 60 plus gigabytes of RAM. You made your own scripting language that makes it 300 milliseconds? Mr. Elfman. Why are you hoarding this and not sharing it with the world? How dare you? How dare you? Big whip. Dude, that sounds gnarly. Kind of looks like Python if we want to see it. I mean, if you're saying it is white space dependent, I'm good. I don't want to vomit in my mouth. But if you want to share it, no, feel free. No, sounds good. Honestly, I'd look at it. It's okay. I just hope it doesn't make me dizzy. I mean, you should make it a public repo and let people contribute or something, man. Like, it doesn't have to be perfect for the world to see it. Dude, you should publish. You should absolutely publish, right? Just let people know it's not the thing, and it's fine. Like, dude, don't feel bad about sharing incomplete work. It's what I do here on stream every single fucking day. That's fine, Mr. Elfman, but don't be. It's not like you're posting nudes on the internet. Though it does feel maybe like the equivalent of a code nude, so I get it. But again, like, dude, code nudes are fine, man. Ooh, Krasner. Again, I know you don't normally want to dox yourself. Would you be willing to share that tool that you published? If you don't want to dox it now, maybe just pass me the link and I can, we can look at it publicly in no definite time in the future. You let me know, like, how long you think people would forget who shared it. Me next week, couple weeks, like, I don't know, man. I know you like your privacy, so I get that. But man, I want to see what you're cooking. Ooh, your syntax is showing. Yeah, totally, Miss Sergeant Pepper. Right? Someone might say your bias is showing. Hey-oh, no big deal. Like, yeah, it's not a big deal. But it's fine there, Krasner. It's fine there, Mr. Elfman. If you guys don't want to share yet, I get it. Be a whole lot cooler if you did. Mr. Elfman, no one will judge you by that criteria. Like, come on, man. Written in raw C. Damn. No protection at all. Just raw dog in the sea. All right. Sheepskin sea. A few people might get that joke. I'm okay with it. That's fine. Like, when would I be able to share it, if ever? And if the answer is never, all right, well, I guess. No, it's fine, Krasner. I appreciate you. Can we just point out, hold on, real quick, if people don't know, Krasner is the one that photoshopped my face onto the peeing statue there. And for the longest time, we didn't see or hear from Krasner in like a year or two, and I wondered, like, what did I do? What did I fuck up? So yeah. I don't want to mess it up again. Best BRB screen on Twitch. 100%. Like, dude, it used to just be the statue, and then Krasner made it epic. And I really appreciate it. So yeah, Krasner. I appreciate you. But I do feel like it was really like a year, at least, before we heard from you again. After you posted that fucking banger. I wasn't even drinking that much at that time. Shit, man. What did I do? I'm kidding. I assume, like, yeah, your life. Yeah, it was when Adam stopped streaming. Like, no, because you're wrong there, Krasner. You showed up here before Adam started streaming again. I remember that. For sure. Adam basically stopped in like 2020. You posted that GIF in 2019 or something. Not GIF, sorry, the overlay image for that. And we saw you again in like easily 2023, but Adam didn't start streaming again until like 2024. No, I get it, but this goes back to the whole time might be an illusion, but CM Griffin remembers. I am watching you closer than you watch yourself. Absolutely. 100%, man. You absolutely came back here chatting before Adam started streaming again. I know that for a fact. Because I'm a huge fan of Adam. Let me just point that out. But yeah, also, like, man, fuck this brain. Why can't I just forget some shit? It would make life so much easier. Oh my god, do you realize how much shit goes through my head as I go to sleep at night? Could I just forget some of that shit? That'd be way better. Oh, that'd be so much better. Oh my god, man. Ugh. Y'all that forget shit, I'm super jealous. I am super jealous of the people that forget stuff. Yeah. Forget about it. Yeah, like, no, I just can't. Which is maybe why I'm such an asshole. No, that's not the excuse. I'm just a jerk in general. Why do I look like a villain? It's actually these, like, long eyebrow hairs, right? Like, yeah, this is me pulling on one of the long eyebrow hairs. I actually plucked the longest ones the other day. But yeah, it's the long eyebrow hairs. Here's another one too. Right? Like, look at how far I'm pulling that shit. It's the long eyebrow hairs, for sure. You trim them with a hair clipper. Honestly, these are my fucking whiskers. That's how I know I can fit through like a, like it's like a cat's whiskers. They use their whiskers to determine if they can fit their head through a thing. My eyebrows do the same thing. They're just not accurate. I'll get my head stuck in all sorts of shit. Damn it, the eyebrows should have warned me. Oh, hold on. My duck is off axis. There we go. That's a better duck, right? Sorry. This is a better goose, which is a better duck. If New Duck were here, he'd be stoked on that rant. That fucking line would make his day. It was a little bit off Quaxis. Yeah, for sure. Right, here we are at 8 p.m. We got more stuff to do. We're going to do more coding. Yeah, I know. We're taking our sweet ass time. I think a portion of our audience is playing Path of Exile 2 right now. So I get it. It's fine. But also, yeah, maybe I started drinking whiskey a little earlier today, and some of them don't like the whiskey Chris. I get that. That's fine. But you know what I can do? I can order some fucking Indian food because I'm hungry and I want to play some games later and I don't feel like cooking tonight. So the big thing there is I order some of the best fucking Indian food here in Seattle. Tonight I will be playing Path of Exile 2. I'm going to start leveling the warrior and then eventually build up some shit so I can level the huntress, like the new class that got released recently. I just recently beat Baldur's Gate 3 with Wormbane and James. It was pretty laggy for you? Yeah, it's going to be pretty bad. I've heard it might be better if you use the main client rather than the Steam client. But also, like, yeah, we're late enough into it that it'll probably be fine by the time I join. Like, I'm sure it'll be okay. Ooh, you've been playing some Huntress. Ooh, there you go. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna level a warrior first, just to like get through the campaign and like level some shit. But Huntress does sound fun. I do kind of want to like see, like, I'll play a Huntress without looking at a guide, and then eventually I'll like pick a guide. Wait, you can get a mount? Oh, so you can like massively like boost through things with the mount? Damn. Okay. No, that sounds even cooler. Shit. See, I didn't know that. Oh my god. All right. All right, so Indian food wise, garlic chicken. Sorry, not garlic chicken. Butter chicken and garlic naan. They'll give me rice. I don't think I need extra rice. I'll spend the three fucking extra dollars to get it express, because why not? $5 tip. Dude, the restaurant's like a block away. Like, dude, the restaurant's so fucking close. Yeah, I'm doing it. I haven't had Indian in over a month. No, this sounds good. I'll happily eat some Indian food and then play some video games. Oh my god, that sounds amazing. But in the meantime, let's keep hacking out some bullshit. Have I tried Vim Motions? John Poon, I feel like you've asked that question before, and the answer is no, because I don't give a shit. Entering code, right? Typing code is not the bottleneck of anything I've ever built. We spend more time reading code than writing code. Vim motions are meaningless. If you enjoy them and you like using them, then do it. Because enjoying writing code is important. But it's not your fucking bottleneck, dude. I push back 1,000% on anyone that thinks writing code is their bottleneck. You're fucking wrong. Reading code and understanding code is your bottleneck for every single code base in the world. Which is why vibe coding is bullshit. You can vibe code anything you want. The bottleneck will be your understanding of the code you vibe coded and your ability to modify it. And you're going to hit some fucking diminishing return on Cursor being able to do any of that shit. With any significant code base, Cursor just can't do it. By the time you've inputted all of the docs that you need and all the bullshit related to the code you want to write, Cursor is tapped out. And the value it brings you is pretty fucking minimal. It's just that simple, you know? Thank you for the follow. I missed a few of them. Mr. Frog a little bit ago, and then Sky Airline. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the follows. I mean, the fun of coding is just building something. How you build something, I don't care if you automate away the boilerplate, right? That's what like starter fucking boilerplates are for. That's what T3 stack is for, right? Like automate that shit away from me, man. I don't want to spend an hour setting up all the dependencies and all that bullshit. Like T3 stack does that for you. I get it. Now, granted, I don't want to build something on Next.js, so I'm not going to use it. But if you want to use it, that's the thing it's doing for you. Pretty much nothing I want to build makes sense for Next.js, so T3 stack doesn't fit either, you know? I'm not going to fault you for using it. Like, go for it. But man, I have seen applications use Next.js for their REST API, and fuck that. Cal.com, I'm looking at you. Thank God they fucking moved off that, because it sucked. 4 gigs of RAM gone when you wanted to, like, locally host Cal.com. Because they were using Next.js for the REST API as a separate application. They were using Next.js for their marketing site and Next.js for their fucking dashboard. All separate applications and all individually invoked. Fuck that. That's just bad engineering. But you know what? Cal.com became profitable with it. So even if it's bad engineering, they became profitable. And that's more important than technically correct. Just keep that in mind. Cal.com became massively profitable on a shit tech stack. That is something that a lot of people would not be willing to recognize. The tech you build with is less important than finding product market fit. Ooh, let's listen to some fucking Cosmo Sheldrake. We're late enough in the stream. It's fine. But yeah, we could roast Cal.com for using a bad tech stack. For the majority of what they were doing. At the end of the day, they're making money, and we're not. Bad tech stack doesn't matter. Make the money first, and then fix it. Problem solved. All right, so one thing we want to do then is, yeah, we'll do... All right, notification type here is bullshit. We don't actually have it, but we can do it and call it good. But yeah, notification types is still not a thing, and we got to create that on our data fetching chunk of things. We'll make a store. Fuck it, why not? Notifications. Notification. Keep it consistent, sure. All right, so right, we can do empty thing there. Hold on. Let me read this. So you're trying to create a form for users to register their information. You're displaying 2 forms on the same page, customer info and store info. Each form includes a list of province and district. However, the page takes a while to load. Is there a way you can optimize it to make it faster? why does the customer need to have the store in the same process? It will make your application more complicated, but you can split those things up. A user that registers based upon their info, then simply when they log in, you prompt them for the customer thing. I don't know, like, just recognize, like, how much actually needs to be there for the user experience and how much could be introduced gradually. I would say a bunch of the shit that you have in your, like, user form probably doesn't need to be there at the first point anyway. But yeah, that's on you, man. I can't make a decision for you. It's just simply the thing I would break up the application for. As an example, right, a user could register for my application. I'm not prompting them for the business that they're part of. If they don't have a business and they haven't been invited, well then, sure, I prompt them eventually to create a business. Or, in another case, someone invites them to the app, and all they need to do is register with their name, and then bam, they have a business because they're part of one. Like, how much stuff can be lazily evaluated? That's up to you, John Poon. I'm just pointing it out. I don't fucking know, man. It's your app. Break it down into the stuff you need, and then ask them for other stuff later, gradually, rather than all at once. And that's just a better user experience anyway. I hope that makes sense, because I don't want to spend too much more time talking about it. And I got more shit I got to do myself, so fuck it. I don't know, man. Oh, that's definitely not enough water, but I got Earl Grey tea water that I can pour in to, like, fill it out more. There we go. It's gonna be a totally different whiskey lemonade. Whiskey Earl Grey lemonade. No big deal. And again, you don't have to listen to me. I got the whiskey in me. I keep saying again for things that I haven't necessarily said. To me, it's obvious, so it's an again. But, you know, whatever. Without the again, whatever. Listen to me or don't. I don't actually care. That's up to you. Thank you for chiming in with that, Jacob, over on the YouTube. You got the vodka in you? Yeah, whiskey, vodka, tomato, tomato. Mr. Elfman, I'm not sure I want to load that up. I mean, I'll look a bit. Oh, you were close, but it's the wrong direction, right? So that's weird. But yeah, more power to you. Was that just copying and pasting some shit, or like what did you change? Go down, let's go down, let's go down. Don't you want to go down and wriggle on? Ooh, yeah, good call there, Bob. I like that. Yeah, like self-reliance and all that bullshit. Sure. Oh, man. DoorDash showed like the driver and like the direction they were facing kept like massively changing and it's still changing. Like, dude, is the driver spinning in a circle in the middle of a parking lot or something? Huh. I don't know, man. Does seem like my food will be here sooner than I thought, though. Which I'm okay with. But yeah, we got some like work to do. Don't you want to go down and wriggle on? Wait, why is that an issue? Oh, damn. Dude's like about to pick up my food. All right, so hold on. I think we're at a good point. The rest of this notification shit, we should figure out. Because I bet my food's ready. I bet the DoorDasher is ready. Like, there's like 3 minutes from like the double dash bullshit that they're trying to push on us because they just want us to like order more food. But no, we should go raid someone. Who is streaming right now? I see IRL, I see Psychor, I see Zorkenheimer. Nope, he's playing Skyrim. I see JD Does Dev. JD Does Dev. He's doing his 2,000 follower shout out and all that. You're saying Hypnotic Games? Is Hypnotic doing anything like big? Because I don't know, a 2,000 follower celebration stream sounds kind of cool. They're doing Ludum Dare or Ludum Dare or whatever. Like, I don't know. That seems like a good thing to raid someone for. I appreciate the recommendation, Lightspeed, and please feel free to shout him out again. I don't know Hypnotic specifically. I do know JD, and they have raided us a bunch of times. But I will look into Hypnotic in the future. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. That's totally fine. And I would bet money that Hypnotic has actually raided us before. But yeah, JD Does Dev is doing a celebration stream, so it's a good raid, you know? And yeah, if Hypnotic is, celebrating something in the future, just let me know. Yeah, for sure. So we're gonna go say hi to JD Does Dev, and my food is being delivered. It's picked up and it's heading to me. So I gotta really go do the raid thing. So thank you all for watching. YouTube, you're the best. Thank you all for chilling. Cheers. Have a great rest of your night, YouTube. I'll be here tomorrow, obviously. I'll try and start earlier. Depends on how late I go tonight playing PoE 2. So yeah, later YouTube. Appreciate y'all. Thank you so much.